See, if you say hi, I'll say hi and not call you a bitch first. Imagine. Danny was complaining that I saw
that! You disgusting pervert!
What
That's
now?
absolutely
I'm
unacceptable!
waiting,
No!
old man.
It's been like a millisecond since I changed screens. Do you know what this tells me? It means you guys are sitting there with your cursors over the redeems, waiting. That's... Sayuki, why don't you go sit in the corner, huh? Why don't you go sit in the corner? I'm having a day, okay? I'm tired. I'm so tired. Hi, Luby. Sometimes I feel like it's an all the time situation. I don't know, guys. You know, doing this for like as long as I have now, like I don't know, like a year and I want it like 6 months, probably. Yeah, I started in January, so it's probably like a year and 6 months. Is it my 1.5 year anniversary yet? No, it's like 4 days, 3 days, 3 days. I started on January 14th, so technically 4 more days would take us to a 1.5 years officially. Whoa. I was washing my hands. Are you in the bathroom? Are we in the bathroom? Are we in your bathroom? This is disgusting. Has anyone ever watched me on the toilet? Is my next question. I don't know. I just had a thought that I realized some people might watch my streams on their phones, and then that means I could be anywhere. I can be anywhere. I don't know why I was thinking I'd always be on a PC. Huh? Don't worry about it tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Sometimes I'm busy at work and I can't always click it immediately. Oh my god. It's okay. You know what? Don't get fired. Number 1, do not get fired. It's okay. Stop staring at me. You like that? Don't worry, I can get closer. We can really have like a soul to soul moment here. I'm hoping this is direct eye contact if I look right into the camera. I can't zoom more than this. You got lucky. So we have from... I mean, I can't stop it. I'm just wondering now. You know what I'm saying? Hi, Cranial. How are you? Welcome. Oh my god, it feels weirder if I'm... Okay, listen. Okay, now my entire monitor is my face. Oh god. No, you specifically cannot. I can't stop anyone else, but you in specific do not have my permission to watch me on the toilet. Now this is something I have to think about. Now this is gonna be on my mind. Now I'm like, oh, now I wonder how many people are watching me on the toilet. That's a thought I'm gonna have. Alright, that's enough eye contact. I have installed a monitor in the bathroom for such occasions. Oh my god, so prepared. Now your neck won't hurt, and I don't know, will that have any other benefit to you in the bathroom? I don't know. Why are you staring so hard? What if I'm getting ready for a shower? Pervert, leave me outside of the room. The fuck? You know I don't know what's going on that end. Bigger question. Now, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Phone in one hand, toilet paper in the other. Oh no. Well, you know what? At least I'm guiding you through it. Am I like no. You're the pervert. No. I can't see anything. You know what I'm staring at? I'm staring at myself on my own monitor. That's all I see. Wait, I haven't opened the game yet. Oh, guys, I don't understand. I was so tired yesterday, so I went to bed really early, and I'm still somehow tired now. Like, you know the kind of tired where your eyes are kind of watery? Like it's that kind of tired. Like, I don't think I'm able to... Listen, the amount of brain power that is required of me to play this game is kind of immense, and I'm slightly concerned for today. Sleep is a confusing thing. I agree. I don't know. What did I do yesterday? I went out yesterday. Guys, I drove myself out of my neighborhood for the first time. I think my mom was scared for my life. I was like, so are you using the car today? And she's like, why? And I was like, because I was gonna borrow it. She's like, where the fuck are you going? I was like, you know, just like 15 minutes out. And it was all fine and dandy until my phone fell out of my phone holder because I didn't know how to get there. And I was like, oh. And then I tried putting it in during a red light and then it changed to green and I dropped it again. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get onto the highway if I don't know where to go turn. But it's okay. Maybe it was that. Maybe that's like, you know, when you do something that's really anxiety inducing / stressful for the first time and it kind of makes you tired once you do it. Maybe that's what this was. Maybe yesterday driving is what pooped me out or something like that. I don't know. Plus my sister's sick. Maybe I'm sick. Maybe I got something from her. Because I ended up going to bed like 9:30ish last night. And then I woke up briefly around like midnight, took melatonin, and went back to sleep because like I can't be up right now. The classic Bibith panic. Can you imagine Bibith panic, but in the car? But I was by myself. Like, listen, I've driven out of my neighborhood before, but I always had like my mom or my sister. Well, mostly my mom. But this is the first time I went like solo, and I was like, okay, don't crash the car. Easy. Means you sleep too good, now you must pay? See, that's what I thought. Like, when I woke up this morning, it was like 7, and I was like, oh. So I was watching videos in bed and stuff, and then I was like, well, now I'm tired. See, I was like on the couch downstairs, and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna go upstairs and take a nap, and I saw the time, it was 1:40. I'm like, shit. And then the conversation with Danny about being late to stream, I'm like, well, now I can't say anything because then he wins. I was literally rushing to have stream started before it hit 2 o'clock. I think I started stream like 1:58 on my end, and I was like, I still beat Danny. I'm beating the allegations today. I win. Oh, crying. But I also didn't want to move stream today because I feel like anytime I put down an Ace Attorney or Yakuza stream, they get moved / canceled. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? You're welcome? I guess. Listen, if I fall asleep, you guys are taking charge of stream, okay? I don't know how you're gonna do it, but that's a you problem, not mine. Okay, hold on. I got the game loaded up. Last we ended, I think we were... What the fuck just happened? Why am I tracking dead? Hold on. What up? Do I need to open a window? Guys? Oh, there we go. Game capture is a thing. Oh, nice. And then... Is it working? I don't think it is. But for why? Chat plays text games while Bibith snores in the background? Yeah. Hold on. I need to see what's going on with... There we go. Everything is good. One more thing I noticed the other day is that my blurb alerts are so freaking loud in my VODs. I'm turning it down slightly on OBS. Hopefully that wasn't crazy. Hi, welcome in. Hello. Alright, I think this is a good time to start it though, because I don't think I've forgotten the information we learned last case, or last time at least. But we're jumping right into court. Oh fuck, I should have gotten water. My mouth is already dry. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna get water. I'm gonna grab water real quick. I'm gonna scoop myself. Alright, BRB. Great way to start. Hydrate. Yes. Okay, let me go get my water bottle. I'll be right back. Guys, I have a yawn locked up in me that won't come out. I swear to God, I haven't been able to yawn in like 2 days. Okay, we gotta hydrate. I take my sip. Yawn. Is that gonna work? Hold on. It's like I get halfway through it, but like, you know the part where you feel like the yawn comes out? Hold on. Okay, I think I got like a baby one out. I got like a little one out. Alright, here we go. Let's get into it. Stop spamming yawns on your guys. Just do like a yawn torture tape. Torture torture chamber. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. Alright, March 22nd, 9:47 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Where's our heart? Shut up! Adrian did it? Why does he... I don't know. I don't like the way he said that. I mean, I guess the suspicion is on her because of her connection to the other lawyer. Not the lawyer. Manager? What was her freaking name? I forgot. I need my court record. Missed! But I don't know. I'm still... I don't know. He's not in the clear for me. He seems like an idiot, but maybe that's like all part of his plan. You know what? Like, how easy is it to convict actors? Like, their whole thing is acting, right? I mean, he's also our guy. We're defending him. Never mind. Stop being suspicious of your client, Lillith. That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. Mountain of evidence. I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Is that Edgeworth or is it Francisca? Yeah. Well, it's almost time. Oh, no, it's Mia. I forgot. Mia, we must get a complete acquittal today. I know, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. Okay. It's him. Oh, the kidnapper. This is right. Good morning. That is Mr. Attorney, the day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. He's starving her, right? If I recall? Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts, and even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait! Oh, who are we throwing in jail today? I don't think we figured out who we think it is. Yet. Mia, insert Awuga emote Lillith stole from me. Listen, I had to make a sacrifice, okay? One of them had to get nuked, and I chose that one. You're welcome. What the heck, Jacob? What if I'm having a sensitive day right now and you just made me cry, huh? Has anyone ever thought about that? Huh? No, I'm kidding. Hi, Jacob. Oh my god, Void creature in my stream? Get out. Okay, here we go. The kidnapper sent me a present? Look at little gaslighting. I didn't even do anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks for the pat pass with me. Mr. Lawyer dude, who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Okay, bitch. You know what? Go to jail. I don't care. March 22nd, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Here we go. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ongard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. Oh, where is perfect Francesca on this fine morning? Huh? Oh, good gatekeeper. That's me. Yes. Gaslight, gatekeep. I'll take it, but that's not the one. It's Pride Month though, so I'll take it. Girl boss. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Yeah, she's not our problem. What the heck? The judge is biased. Your Honor, please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning... Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. Kinda tragic. I know, but... I have no response. Keep going. Let's find out more. What? Shot? Is this mean Edgeworth is gonna take her place for this trial? I didn't do anything! What do you mean? I'm literally here. I didn't even know what happened. Gatekeeper. I give the gay. Every month, I am the keeper of gay. Yes. Somehow, I think this is the Oh! That man was talking about. His present? Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Phew. I thought I know, it's Edgeworth, isn't it? How am I supposed to fight this man? I love him. I'm about to throw the case. Due to the circumstances, Miss Francesca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be here taking her place. Good thing you told us all that shit yesterday, huh? The prosecution is ready, naturally. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Edgeworth is the gift. I love my gift. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ongard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Is it Dick Gumshoe? Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Okay. Witness, your name and occupation. My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. What happened? Is this because she saw us last time talking to him? For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir? What's happening? Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Oh my god, Edgeworth, you're just like you were in the first game. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. There it is. There it is. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very tough or rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for, sorry. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. They're gay. Alright, bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. That was a whole lot of nothing. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright. You know the rules, we press on everything. Alright. Tell us more. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. and then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. Ended at 8, there was a break. 30 minutes, okay. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say the murder occurred during the 30-minute break period. Oh, oops, I read that. It's so weird. Which is to say the murder occurred in the 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, detective. All those wasted snacks? Yeah, they did say all the food was left over afterwards, so... that sucks. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who was this Adrian Andrews person you're talking about? She's a defendant Mont En Garde's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. Okay, no time to be simping. No time to be simping, Gumshoe. Get back on track. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with... Okay, shut up, Judge! Shut up! When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. En Garde. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see. And that's when she found the victim's body. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good look. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now a real pro's attention would be drawn here to his bandana. A strangulation. I didn't even notice that. Banana. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. He's an idiot. Please, every time we come into this game, I need this man to lose his, like, what? Is it a license? I don't know. His job needs to go. Then, what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Autopsy report added to the court record. Okay, time of death 8:15. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. But why? And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory, then. Guitar case updated in the court record. Okay. However, we later found out that the guitar case has nothing to do with the murder. Unless it does. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night, so why do you bring an empty guitar case, though? That's kind of weird. Weird. You can't strangulate a common rider with his own bandana. That's like a super sin. You go to Ultra Hell. You know, that sounds about right. I kind of agree with you, Cranial. Whoever did this, they're probably gonna go to Ultra Hell. Which begs the question, though. Who the fuck is the guy? I mean, I know who the guy is who took Maya. But how does he play into all of this? I don't know. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. How can we say it was not a part of anything if it was left open, though? Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Ongard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edward's back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest Ongard? Okay, from what I remember at least, Matt's fingerprints were on the knife that's in him. But was that planted then is the next question. Matt Ongard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Ongard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Wasn't that knife just like a normal eating knife though? I didn't look at it hard enough, maybe. I don't know. Couldn't okay, if we want to talk about it, because they all ate dinner in their rooms that night and they hadn't been picked up, couldn't someone just take one of those knives and just kind of, stick it in? The Jammin' Ninja? Or Juan Corrida, sorry. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. Yeah, see, that's this is not like a switchblade or something. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Yes, it does sound like this was used for eating at first. I don't know how disgusting you have to be to get the handle sticky, but still. Alright. And then there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that the blood on it, on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Jammin' Ninja's button added to the court record. Okay, next, my next thing is, what if we took the button off, dipped it in the blood, just a little bit, rolled it around in it, blow on it to dry, and then just drop it in, this seems perfectly like a frameable situation. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. I'm not making that noise. Alright, cross-examination. Matt Ongard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. Okay, I think we already know the answer for this, but other shows. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Ongard won, did he not? Yeah, but that's ironic. Or what's ironic, pal? Juan Corrida was always one step behind Mr. Ongard in everything. Okay. Good thinking, Lilith. It's like you are a real murderer. Thanks. Thank you. This year, it seemed like he finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Corrida lost the Grand Prix in the end. That is too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. Okay. He doesn't like that? Question mark. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my books. Wait just 1 second here. Mr. Ongard was beating Mr. Corrida in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eye, the victim was not a rival at all. Unless... I don't know, man. I feel like I could argue this. Sometimes you can, have the rivalry, and even if someone's below you, they're still there to try to take your place, I'm just saying, maybe our guy was threatened slightly, even if he was winning, and he's like, you know what, I'm not gonna give him the chance. I don't know. We'll see. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, Detective, it's not, well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant really would have had no motive.
Objection!
I don't know. Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. Shit! No, not you too, Mr. Edwards, sir. That's... I look forward to your pension negotiations. Damn! No! Now, Detective, let's continue with the testimony. Not my poor pension, too. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello, anyone? As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. Do you have any proof that the button belonged to the victim? Huh? What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Huh? But can't you just tell by looking at it? What? Gumshoe, what? And the victim's blood is on it. Okay, so anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. But Mr. Edgeworth, oh, the Gumshoe! Listen, I love you and I defend you in every way possible. I don't want to agree with Edgeworth, but I can see why. Gumshoe. I can see why. Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match. Yeah, that's it! They're a perfect match, pal. That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. I forgot she was here. It was ripped off of the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Onguard's hakama. He's kind of stupid, but I kind of love that for him, you know? That's just how I like him. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Kurita. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button. So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people. Hey, what is he trying to say about me here? The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. Let us hear about this knife some more. How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, pal? This is where it's gonna happen. Was he holding it like he was stabbing, or was he holding it like he was eating? Right? Am I on the right track? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that. I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. So is the defendant the owner of this knife then? All over? Couldn't that just mean that it was handled by hotel staff as well then? Like again, I'm gonna say it again, that does not look like a knife a person carries on them, it looks like an eating knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Gumshoe, I'm concerned for what's about to come out your mouth if I question this. There is no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife. Sorry, pal, this isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, this is not good. Okay, I still don't think that answers our question. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. Phoenix, yes? There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Yeah, you can't hide it and stuff. Why are you bonking, huh? Huh? Think carefully before it's too late. A button covered in victim's blood, and a knife with Enguarde's fingerprints. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be, okay, Phoenix? It has to be the knife. Stop! Oh my god! I'm trying to think. Okay, hold on. It says Gatewater on it. He didn't buy it. Hold on. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. He gets dumber and dumber with every case. Oh my god. My Pookie. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. That is a very big... Oh, why are you laughing? First of all, your expression is not matching up with the dialogue, so I'm already having problems here. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. Except the guy... You know what? I won't say anything. But I didn't know... Oh. He's my favorite boy failure. I love him so much. The question is... Where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Kurita's room. Okay, Nyx, whatever you say, but you're wrong. Lilith likes them dumb. I can't argue that. I love me a good himbo. Alright. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. A knife! There's a knife and fork on the table. Okay, you think there's one knife and fork in the entire Gatewater Hotel? What's your freaking point here, Edgeworth? Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Enguarde. Damn it! I'm covering it up, but there's only one knife there. Oh, let me see if they show it again. One knife. There's something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. You know what? No one asked, Edgeworth. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Enguarde's knife was missing. Oh. Mr. Enguarde had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during the murder. During dinner? What am I reading? Jeez. Why would he use a knife if there's a katana? I don't think he can, like, casually carry a katana to the next room. I'm just saying, Nyx. Like, you know, like, I think everyone's gonna see that. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. Pause. I'm gonna turn my fan on. It's a little warm in here. Wait a second. I turned it off because I thought it was too cold, but then I wore a sweater and I was too warm. Let's turn it down. She forgot how to read. I started making my own dialogue. Maybe this is why I'm so confused in the games. I start reading my own dialogue and then I'm like, oh, but this doesn't match up. I'm already wearing my glasses and unfortunately I can't get a new tongue. So, new Gatekeeper! Can't believe you. Can't believe you. Sure, you're kidding. You said what you said. Alright. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. No. I don't think so. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. It seems like Edgeworth had this planned from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints, and a button for the victim, from the victim's costume. This is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of time, is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Guys, I feel like he's working with us. I feel like he's being a double agent right now. Someone's tea kettle is done boiling? I don't know what you're talking about. Objection, Your Honor, it was Lillith. I've never killed someone in my life. Please. Please. Is it lemon tea? Ugh. No. If it was a tea kettle, if I was a tea kettle, it would not be lemon tea. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? It says Lillith should save immediately before she fucks up. Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? Actually, I do. I don't know what, but I'll figure it out. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Look at the fucking gauge. Holy shit. There we go. Now then, what is the important evidence that you must show to the court? The juice. It's the juice, isn't it? It's the juice. It has to be the juice. It's the sussiest thing in our inventory. Please be the juice. I think it's juice, right? Wait. Or is it this? Wait. Now I don't know. Pause. The Nickel Samurai has something to confess. It could be this. This is kind of sussier. The sussiest thing here is on the bottom right of the screen. You know what? You know what? Next question. No. Well, then what is the important evidence that you must show? I don't think the court's seen this. Probably. Okay, we'll start with this. Or else it's the tomato juice, but is that sussy? But the court has seen the tomato juice if they've seen the room. But I bet they've seen this too. Now I'm... Initially I thought it was gonna be the suicide report, but I don't think it's that. now, okay. Who cares if I get it wrong, right? I saved. Go with the juice? I think the ticket? I think this too. Okay, well, if it's not this, then it's the juice, in my opinion.
Take that!
I don't think that was right. He didn't read. Sorry, right, but this time your bluffing steered you wrong. I can see nothing strange about this but he had something to confess. I think that's a big thing to be, you know, concerned about, but okay. Wait. I'm a man of my word, Mr. Wright. You're fucking dead. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. Nor is there any need for more time to decide the case of the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Matt on guard. Guilty! We win. The accused will surrender the court immediately to be held pending trial at the higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. Court is adjourned. Hi, Natsu! Welcome in! Okay. Yeah, okay, the juice. Yeah. Listen, I'm still not sure if it's the juice either. But the juice is what the juice, only reason it catches my eyes because the last time it was so normal that I overlooked it. You know? So I feel like, what is this important evidence that you must show the court? If it's not the juice, then it's the suicide report. Technically, I feel like the suicide report was the first one, but I don't know.
Take that!
It was not the juice. Wait, this. Oh, it was the juice. I should have followed my instincts. I'm an idiot. I should have followed my instincts. Okay. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. You said I said the juice first, and then I said the ticket, because I thought the ticket was sussier. But shh, nix. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken. His makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant warrant further consideration. Oh my god. Did we get it? Do you guys agree? What's with this silent treatment? Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. It is! I thought it was! You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours though. Oh, okay, Judge. Mr. Edgeworth, what is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. Why are we asking his opinion? You don't need my opinion. Exactly! Because there is no special meaning to that glass. Oh? What? It is safe to say that the glass... Oh shit, I thought the gate showed up again. That the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? There's no way. Yeah. There's no way. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty, yes. Oh, yes, this is the right path. This is the right path. They just might fall for it. If you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? Because there's no... Oh, wait, shit, what? Because there's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then... Of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews. What? Oh, we're effed. We're effed in the B. Wine glass updated in the court record. This is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. You know what? I liked it better when you had disappeared for a year. I don't know how I feel about you being back. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corita. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you said makes a lot of sense. I swear I'm gonna edge on edge. Oh, whoa. Damn, okay. I mean, if you walk in on a dead body, I feel like someone would drop the cup, not casually place it on a dresser. You know what? I see that too. Like, you know, like a type thing. I see what you're saying, Danny. Can you get traumatized again or something? I think he's still traumatized. I think he still is. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see right? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from, huh? Please don't be Lotta Hart. Please don't be Lotta Hart. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Arguably, this is worse. This might be worse. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Is she dead? Witness, your name and occupation. Not the fucking gun. Gotcha. She has a crush on Edgeworth, right? If I recall from the first game. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Edgy boy! It's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet, it was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand? I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm gonna tell you anything and everything, even things that don't have to do with the terrible crime. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all the court needs to know. Oh, shh, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Does she know how old she is? Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyways, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? Man lost 2 times, ran away for a year, now he's here like he was a badass? I mean, he kinda was until she showed up. Go, old bag, go. Edgeworth is having PTSD. I'm having PTSD. The minute I saw her in the beginning of this case, I too had a little bit of PTSD. The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. I can't believe you just said that, Snix. Get out. Get out of here. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dear Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida. How old is Juan? I don't think they have that big of an age gap. Her name is literally Oldbag? Yeah, her name is Wendy Oldbag, and I think they called her Windy Oldbag in the first game. But those two were the same age. Yeah, okay, never mind, they were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Oh, Nick, you heading out? Good night! Bye-bye! Oh wait, is it because I told you to leave? I think it's that. Very well, please tell the court. No, I'm kidding, Nix. Just don't call me an old bag and I won't freaking ban you. I got it, guys, okay? I'm kind of in the middle of a trial. Sorry if I can't keep up with everything. Can't believe this. Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. What you witnessed. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, mad on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. Sneak? Was he trying to sneak? So Mr. On Guard came out of the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. See you in a bit, Lumi. Can I be banned now? No. Alright, press on everything.
Hold it!
Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night? The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for the trifling show. But I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was for that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails. Okay. Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on. Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door? There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. It was a scandal. She wanted you to want the scandal.
Hold it!
She doesn't give a shit about going to jail, too old to care. Actually. Something you were interested in, and just what was that? It was not some, it's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. What? And Edgy Poo, of course. What? Mr. Edward, what is this thing that she's interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? We know what it is. It's the scandal stuff. But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended in her testimony later. It looks like we shouldn't force it right now. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. Oh? Then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Corrida's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I could keeping track of how old I really am. Wait, is it in her profile how old she is? I bet it is. Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. Never mind, maybe it's not there. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Now the next question is, was the guy wearing a mask? Because this is what happened in the first case with the samurai outfits. Someone just took the outfit, covered their face, and went to go do the murder stuff. But it wasn't the actual person in the suit. Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, he was. Yes, he was? I'm too scared I can't say his name out loud. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Francesca's whip right now. Well, I guess I can tell you since he was such a bad boy anyway. It was on guard. Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
Hold it!
She's probably 3,000. Almost as old as Ray. How dare you guys slander Ray in my chat? I'm gonna tell her. I'm I'm DMing her right now. Okay, wait. You saw my client? Are you sure about that? Yes, see? Really? Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Because it is. It's the first case all over again. Or the game from the first game. Case from the first game. Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Okay, yeah. The person's face, what the person was carrying, the person's clothes. They call her Lillith the Snitch LoveLace. No, this is called Lillith the Defender LoveLace. Yeah. The person's face, probably. Yes. Please tell the court about the man's face more in detail. You don't need to tell me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair, his sparkling, shining teeth. His teeth were shining? Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie. Pinup poster? This week's pinup? Why do you... I mean, I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night. What? On guard's face is the same no matter where it is, you know, you whippersnapper. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? It was very important. Was it? I think it was, right? We kind of confirmed. I don't know if I should have saved there. Well, too late now. I think we confirmed that it is our guy, but why was he in that room? Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Objection!
Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. You don't really have to put it that way to get me to say it. Mr. Wright, there's something much more valuable than a person's pride, and that is time. Please don't waste this court's precious time with worthless questions. Yes, Your Honor. You may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us. Really bad. Yeah, because it means our bitch was in the fucking room. But that's how the human mind is. It also has a tendency to jump off topic. She strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? I don't know about sweet. I don't think she's ever been sweet. That's because you're not the one who has to question her. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room.
Hold it!
Oh, it just went into a circle. I just see. Okay. There was something I was interested in finding out. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. Could I ask about what he was holding then? If we go on to this topic again.
Hold it!
Out of curiosity. Yes, okay. What was the what the person was carrying? What was the man you saw carrying? In which hand, his right or his left? Okay. Now this is a real mess. I mean, I can't be expected to answer such a vague question. Indeed. Please be more specific with your question, Mr. Wright. Sorry. What was the man you saw carrying in his right hand? He wasn't carrying anything in that hand. Then how about his left? Empty. You're a bitch. Well, this whole thing has been a lot of nothing. Okay. If I say it was not important, do I get bonked? Did he take points off for me last time for answering it was important? I'm gonna say it was important. But I'm scared.
Objection!
Okay. Okay, we don't get a penalty for it, so there's that. interesting side topics. Okay, so I guess we could show the tabloid on... There was something I was interested in finding out, you know? It's probably this.
Objection!
What? No, that's what I was trying to do! Shit. Yes?
Objection!
How could it not be the tabloid? Okay, maybe not a contradiction then. Maybe something else has a contradiction here. Okay, let's look at our evidence. Glossy photo of Maya pushed onto me. Okay, it's not that. I remember what that is. Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. From the kidnapper. Missing camera. You'd think it'd be this. Because this is... I know this is a scandal she's interested in. It has a tendency to yap. Are we talking about Old Bag? Because then yes. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. Button. Would there not be blood on Juan if he killed him, though? Yeah? Since I was on the job, I made sure to keep an eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Sneak his way out of Juan's room. What's he trying to sneak, though? Mia says that there's interesting side topics, but the only interesting side topic she talks about is her wanting to know that something interesting was happening. Yeah, this thing. What if we quit this right now? And just what was that? It's not something little like I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course. It's gossip. So you think it would be the tabloid you'd present there, right? But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. It looks like we shouldn't force it right now. And the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time. Profiles. My god, she's simping for a 21-year-old. Oh, her question mark. It is question marks on her age. Okay. Would it be Adrian Andrews would be a concern? Because she technically was in the room before the body was discovered, right? Question mark. Oh my god, the Phoenix Wright followed me on Twitch? Crazy. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the gates. My name is LoveLace. I know the Gatekeeper does anything about her job. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Good day so far. I love Edgeworth. Same. I also love Gumshoe a lot. So we're kind of... I think at least we have to agree on the characters we like in this game. Excuse me while I'm slightly in a gay way, but only for Pride Month. I feel like I like them outside of Pride Month too, so... You know, even if it is in a gay way, you could still like them outside of Pride Month. Okay, she may not remember things or be mistaken here, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us. Really bad. But that's how human mind is. It has a tendency to jump off topic. She strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? Is that not important then? But that, okay. Maybe that's not important. But Freaky Yaoi Court, that's also why I play this game. They should just rename the game. Freaky Yaoi Court. Guys, I'm a little confused on what I need to present here. Would it be Adrian's profile? Like, where does she fit into all of this? It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Wouldn't she have also been there? Because she also wanted to get this. Hold on. Since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. Check this again. Then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Kurita's room? No idea. Wasn't born. Okay, yeah. And then she went on a side topic. Good, great. Then the witness then saw someone, correct? There's a man coming out. I'm stumped. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
Hold it!
You saw my client, are you sure about that? Okay. Maybe to avoid the person's clothes? I don't think this is gonna matter. I feel like all of these still lead to her not lying to us. So now I'm kind of going in circles. In detail, what a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. That gaudy thing he always is wearing. That racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. You know what? It was worth it to just see that line of dialogue. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now important or relevant in any way? If I say it wasn't now, what happens? I guess it really wasn't that important after all. Mr. Wright, do you know why we say time is valuable? If not, I suggest you learn. You've wasted 3 minutes of this woman's youth. That's more valuable than gold to me. Why do I suddenly feel old in the presence of her childish whining? She may not remember. There's still something we're missing. What am I missing? I feel like Lotta has to be involved in this. Granny's just making everything more difficult. She did this last time too. It's why I don't like her, but I also don't like Lotta. I don't like a lot of people in this game. I just like the main cast and everyone else I hate. Where'd my phone go? Oh, it's over there. Okay, it's fine. There was something interesting. I need this. I need to know what this was, but she... And I got the clue, gossip, right? But if I present the gossip, it's not correct. Did I present it that correctly last time? I don't know how this is gonna help right now. There's some water, but only on the top of the lid. Bears Kurita's fingerprints. Found next to the victim, it's filled with tomato juice. Bears Andrew's fingerprints. Photo of Juan Kurita's murder scene. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Bears the victim's blood and Onguard's fingerprints in the grip. Gatewater's engraved. And then the Hakama thing. Do I not present it here? Is that the thing? Hold on, I'm gonna try something. Unless it was about this. But she was in front of Kurita's room, not Onguard's. And it wasn't this? I did present it correctly, right? This is the gossip land thing? Okay. No. Damn. Since on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Matt on guard. Wait, what if I brought up this? What if I brought up the profile here? I'm reaching for straws here now, okay? I have no freaking clue what we're doing.
Objection!
Nope. Nope. Hi, Cass. How are you? Welcome, welcome. I don't think that won me any points. Yes, yes, yes. I know, I know. That's when someone But then how did she miss him going in? Okay. But what about him going into the room? Did she see that? I mean, question mark? Or when did she see Adrian go in then? Am I on the right track? That's the bigger question. Okay, I'm just gonna trial and error this, okay? Forgive me.
Objection!
They aren't. We got like 2 more we have to load up again. Trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. She may not remember things, or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, really bad. Jump off topic. I'm stumped. I'm not gonna lie. Do I need to figure it out? Wait, hold on. I think I'm missing something. No? I don't think I am. Guys, I think I'm gonna have to check the guide. I have no fucking clue I don't have no fucking clue. I have no clue. Give me a sec. First of all, what if I did the questions again? Does my answer actually relate? Or matter? Like, because I think for the last one was the only one I said it didn't matter, because I was like, well, I wonder if I get a different response. Now I'm wondering if I fucked that up. I went too fast. Okay. Saw my client. Yes. Really. Close. I think that's the one where I said it was not important. Grasping at straws? Question mark. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters. It does. Now, what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What thing? The gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. He's wearing that at the detention center, too. That thing's meant for nothing but... Okay, yes, we know. It was very important. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of the testimony was important. Don't you... Oh. I guess that was it. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that the witness said what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness please. Well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show.
Hold it!
Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket? What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it. She's so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things. Okay. I don't think she's lying. Do I have to show her something? That last statement is clearly important. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. But he wasn't wearing a jacket at all, was he? Does that short sleeve thing count as a jacket? I guess you could say... how does the button get into the hakama? Is that it? Is that... Because if he wasn't wearing the hakama when he was in the room, how to get there? Is that our play here?
Objection!
Yes! Oh, my small brain. Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Ah, it's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She's identified it in a single glance. Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. The fucking god. Wow, she really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Onguard's body during a full-body search. See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Onguard. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants. Oh, it's the pants, I see. See? And Onguard is that nickel samurai. Witness, now it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Onguard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? Yeah. Tell me more, old bag. Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then... Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Onguard the man, but Mr. Onguard the nickel samurai. But when you think about it, this is exactly what happened in the first game. Oh my god. They're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgy-poo, don't you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important to... Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Who I saw. Boo Lilith for not reading all that. So I can't keep up with that. I can't keep up with all that. It's, you know, it auto goes through that part. I can't read that fast. I can barely read when the text is still. Onguard. Yes, now I remember. The nickel samurai, that's right. It was a nickel samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Okay, so what it sounds like is someone wore the costume, and then during this confession thing, they were probably gonna confess to the murder, considering Matt had no clue about it. Right? Right? I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think that there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such a rude thing. What is she yapping about? But the possibility does exist. Ah, youngins today. I told you there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so. And what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Alright, here we go. Do it again. Now I remember. Would you please get on with your test? Oh, shit. Okay. Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with your elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? Well, I'm not saying that. But now she's singing for the Nickel Samurai, which makes even less sense. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Mr. Edwards, can you please do something about this racket? Wait, oh. Wait, what did he promise? Wait, what did he promise? Right, I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office. Wait. What did he promise her? Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. Sorry, wait, I want to go see what he promised her. Wait. Oh no! I would... Give me a second. I just need to see what happened here. Was it gum that he promised her? I'll give you a piece of gum later. That's it? That's it? That's how she reacted? That's crazy. I mean, if Optimus Prime promised me a piece of gum, maybe I'd be the same way. Alright. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago. Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be a judge, Judge Wagner, hero of public court. So what? See? And look at where you are now. You're not a judge. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, what I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that man was inside the costume. Isn't that enough? No, it's not enough because you do this every time. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to... Oh my god, press Old Dyke's claim. It was a Nickel Samurai. That's an achievement. What the frick? Okay. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. And why would that be? That way no one could see his face, of course. That's exactly my point. But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you could think that costume would make him stand out all the more. You're such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing. And that included the Jammin' Ninja? Of course it included him. That's when On Guard came out of Dear Juan's room. I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was a Nickel Samurai. As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I just throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard on this one. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony. It's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. She says it's in plain sight. In plain sight. the Nickel Samurai. But he didn't know about it, right? Is that what I can say? Can I say that? What do you mean, Cranial? What am I missing? He must have worn the nickel. I know it's... Okay, the bigger thing would probably be that it's a mask, right? And we don't actually know who was wearing it. When, you know, like who's in the Nickel Samurai costume. But there's not really an evidence for me to press there. Sucking rocks won't help in this situation. Nothing? What am I missing? Now it must be obvious. Is the fact that the Nickel Samurai clothes were left in the thingy? But I don't have a picture of that, do I? What am I missing? What? But she also said he wasn't carrying anything. Is that what it is? No, hold on. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? Convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. The Nickel Samurai, that's right, it was a Nickel Samurai that I saw. Is that why everything's knocked over? Because of the costume? Bitch! Huh. Do you... No, hold on, wait. Maybe... Okay. He didn't have the big thing. He had nothing in his hands. Is that a thing I should be worried about? Because he technically has a big-ass spear. Couldn't he have just used a fucking spear to stab? That's a thing, right? That's a thing he could have done. Pause, give me one sec. Bring this closer to me. Okay. Yeah, to go to that post-ceremony store, he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume. But then why would you wear the fit that you have to be on stage in, like, on stage in to a murder? That'd be messy, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to go all the way to the end. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Where's the... Is it the blood? Is it the blood? Because the costume has no blood? What would be different if someone wore the costume to kill Juan? The blood. Yes?
Objection!
Yes? Please take a look at this. I'm still not 100% sure. I'm assuming, but... So it's a knife, big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to the case? It's the murder weapon, or... Actually, it's not the murder weapon. It's an extra piece of thing we just added. You don't have to ask, it's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Does this nickel samurai have gloves? I know one arm is robotic. Does the other hand have gloves? Is that what you're driving at? So there should be no fingerprints, right? Is what we're saying? That's exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? If Mr. Ongard was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for the fingerprints to have been left on the knife. Okay, actually, he would have had to wipe all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right, the nickel samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
Objection!
He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing.
Objection!
Why would he do that? And why would he do something like that to leave his prints on the murder weapon? You arrived at the right answer with the wrong... You know what? The destination is not what matters. It's the journey. Sure. There's no way he would do something like that. However, there's a possibility, then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the nickel samurai. At the time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim, so why the hell would he go there to relax with him?
Old man.
I see Lumi's made it home. Welcome back, Lumi. Yes, I heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edward's theory? So let me get this straight. Edward's theories goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? There are no problems, there's a contradiction. Think about it one more time. There's a contradiction. He doesn't like him, so why the hell would he hang out with him, right? I'm assuming. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Ongard was the killer, if that's the case. I think it's important for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Wait, what? I think it's impossible for the victim to have gone to the victim's room. I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. What am I showing him? What am I showing him? Oh, wait. We're putting this on Andrews, aren't we? Yeah, this sounds like it, because that would be the intent, right? Taking off my gloves before committing a murder just to mark my work, yeah. Signed, Matt Ongard. Are we trying to say... But then why are we... Okay, so my theory is what I think it is. What I think it is that we're trying to put it on Adrian Andrews to be the killer, because she actually has a motive. Usually, and okay, if we're gonna go by how the games work half the time anyways, usually it's never the person we're defending, right? So this means we show Adrian Andrews. I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent.
Take that!
What? Naturally, you point to one piece with the least value, but with such vigor. I hate you. Enjoy your youth while you can. Humans don't live forever, neither do lawyers. What? I thought I was onto something. You sure like to think you can bluff your... I don't think I can bluff, but... Phoenix, pay attention. Let's pretend for a second that Mr. Ongard is the murderer. Okay. From that angle, if he didn't have a murderous intent from the beginning, then that means that there is a certain object that shouldn't be at the crime scene, right? That shouldn't be at the crime scene. A certain thing? What certain thing? How are you doing over there? Busy collecting your thoughts? Alright, let's give this one more try with even more spirit this time. For argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Angard was the killer if that's the case. I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Do they want me to show the knife again? Is that the intent? Sorry, Miles, I'm talking to a ghost. Give me a minute. What? Is that, like, would that not be the thing? Like, we would show... I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Something that shouldn't be there being there. Your mama, what the frick? Do we present... Is it a profile that I'm showing? I think it's possible. Hotshot Star, who plays the Nickel Samurai as rivals. Is his thing to be a rival? Is that what it is?
Take that!
That's not it either. I think I made a mistake somewhere along the way. I've effed up slightly. Guys, we gotta load again. I don't even remember where I saved last. That was too many shots, though. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, it's this far back? Shit. Okay, it's fine. We know what we have to do. We have to present the knife. Want hint? Wait. Let me think again. Let me think about it first. I did it again! Jesus! Oh my... He had to go there. Okay, and then here we show the knife. Yes. Okay. Done. Now we skip through this. Okay. Took his gloves off. Okay, that was dumb. It's very simple. At the time, the defendant held no intent to murder. At that time, the defendant had no intent to murder, is what he says. If the defendant held no intent to murder, then he's probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. I have heard. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edwards' theory? So let me get this straight. Edwards' theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with his theory? But then that means, oh, the knife. Okay, I get it, because they're saying that he brought the knife with them. Is that the contradiction? Because they're saying the knife is from his room, right? His theory contradicts something. Ah, I got it. What are you babbling about? Yeah, okay, I get it. There is, technically, if you're bringing the knife or the knife has disappeared from your room, that means there was an intent. Okay, I got you, Cranial. I got you. Okay, given the knife.
Take that!
This knife, this was used by Mr. Angard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At the time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. So emotional support, my little smart, just gotta put it on. Thank you for pushing me. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. That's a thing. Which means the defendant's fingerprints should be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order, order, I say. Order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? To hide the murder method? No. To frame Matt on guard. I mean, maybe both, but it's too much to take the knife from the room, right? Because immediately, it's a quick thing to frame Matt once you get the fingerprints. Not to mention that the guy who's kidnapped Maya also wants on guard acquitted. So I think it's this one. It's to frame my client, Mr. Onguard, of course. To frame him.
Objection!
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one?
Objection!
But we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Gotcha, bitch. Witness. Looks like I made your life a tiny more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo? Witness, did you or did you not see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Onguard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because of, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. He was waiting for Adrian Andrews. That's who she was waiting for. She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness? Ha ha ha. The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe, Phoenix, maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person. If it is who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? It was Andrews. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Onguard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away that whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness, what in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide. Sorry. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is gonna take the wind out of you youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this, really. It's not like we're 10 years old. It's traumatizing to go back to these games and realize how young everyone is. What do you mean? They're like 24, right? I mean, that's pretty young, I guess. Yeah. Can you become a lawyer at 24 now? I don't know. It just feels like everything takes a long time. Okay. Secret information. That Angard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret you got that nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? I mean, now the whole courtroom knows. The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth that the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means
emotional, damn it!
Damn, everyone in their 20s the horror. What? Why? What's wrong with your 20s? I mean, so this means I have to smash the rumors once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, Angard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Shit, I've never heard of that one. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Alright, the secret information. Oh. And you're kind of biased, though, so I don't know if I trust you on the evil, evil man thing. You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander. But it's true, that woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says it right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss A.A. But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossipland. What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% true. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. Oh my god. Discriminate? When did I do anything like that? Anyway, Angard will never get me to say touché. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. A scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much. Well, that Angard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get close with Juan. You don't have any proof that Mr. Angard did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right, I can't do anything but boy do I wish I could do something about you. We get a hit on her. Easy. Alright then, Sonny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that that Angard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan? Do we have that kind of evidence? I don't think we have that. I don't believe we have that evidence on us. Decline the offer to present. I don't have anything to offer. See? Just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy. Me and my big mouth. That's the way the cookie crumbles, for you anyway. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. What does action mean? So, what do you mean by I took action? Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson, something you youngins need. You were going to teach her a good lesson? I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this. No, stop! It was too bad that woman didn't come through that door that night. Except I think she did. I think she did. I think she did. I was lying in wait. Bam, perjury, actually. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that, so nobody else but you and me know yet, okay?
Hold it!
Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet? It's in the papers. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? Press further? Hi, Kaiden! Waka waka, how are you doing? I'm doing good, Hope you are too. Hope you're doing absolutely amazing. I mean, I'm trying my best, so there's that. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the— I don't think she's gonna like that, Phoenix. I don't think we have that kind of riz on her. Where you got the information, you won't get to go home today. Edgy Poo, what are you doing? Help me! What do I have to do with this? Be a good girl, Lillith. No. Thank you very much. Just do this for me, you'll get a reward. I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice.
Objection!
The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. And he lectures me on reckless blabbering. As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning. Where did Old Bag get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure out it out? What? Use to figure out it out. Okay, it's written weird, right? That's not just me. Sounds like another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. I love my client and his dumb ass. Time to check the evidence. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm going to press the heck out of it. Okay, check the evidence. Did she steal the camera? Wait. Is it the camera? Cause... Is it the camera? Cause technically Lotta went there for the same information, right? Right? Am I crazy? Am I insane? Do I know? Do I know? He sent his own manager to get clothes. I cannot condone this dirty trick, so I took action. Nobody else but you and me know yet. Where would I press? Where would I press that? No, you're not crazy, at least, or you're not that crazy at least? I mean, I hope. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me think. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Okay, now the next thing is, where do I present this? Yeah. If it is the camera. Which I have a feeling it is. Your evidence must directly contradict the witness's statement. Nobody else knows, so technically Lotta knows. Do I present Lotta in that case or the freaking camera? Still on the night of the murder, a tabloid article about the victim was in the case.
Objection!
That was wrong. So, is it the camera or is it Lotta I have to present? try Lotta. Because Lotta knows about it, I know that much. Where is she?
Objection!
That was still wrong. Ah! Okay, hold on. Reload! You were close. Press the statement first. But didn't I do that already? Oh! You're right. You're right. There was a... You're right. There was a... There were like 3 buttons or something that show up. You must be suffering from shock. Alright, Sunny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that Ongar didn't bear any ill will towards Juan? This is the wrong one? Press the statement first. This is the right one, isn't it? But I have to decline the offer to present. Can you show me proof that Ongar didn't bear any ill will towards Juan? But... Hold on. I think there's another set of questions that happens here. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Hold on, I feel like there's another place. Because I remember an option for pressing her further on something, and I think in that one... I think that it might be there. Pause. Teach her a lesson. Wait. If that's true, then how do you know the secret information? Okay. Here. Present evidence. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret information, isn't it? The camera.
Take that!
Yes! Yes! Okay, finally. Ah. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No. I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. There it is. Finally, put her in jail. You see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Sure it is. I'm sure it is. Then you're the one who took Mrs. Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. The infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Ongar. She said so herself. Ongar, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Huh? What? Ejifu, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook that just this once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No. Pile on the pressure. If I let up on her now, she'll get away.
Daddy, chill.
No, not today. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. You did not. You stole the camera too. Is that correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. It was also this.
Take that!
Miss Oldbag. That note with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? That note was, sorry, I can't read. A camera. Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie 1600 camera disappeared on me. What? Why? Witness! What is it, Gramps? Put her in jail. If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera too. Looks like you found me out, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? Ah, that's it. What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you, I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard, it's my business to know these things. Bailiff. Someone's calling. I think it's okay. Check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. I love this trial. The spiral gun is the best every time. Yeah, it's kind of funny every time she pulls. It's the only reason I like her in this trial. I never liked her in the first one she was in. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. No, she's great? No. I have to disagree. This is the Nickel Samurai. The pants are way too freaking big again. It's always the pants being too huge. See, I told you. That's the guy I saw. You don't understand the great love between her and Edgy? No, she's... No. Just no. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Lotta's photo added to the court record. What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Unger clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. What? What? Huh? The fact that she is the worst is what makes her goated. You guys have very different definitions of what makes a character good. How are you today, Lil? I'm good, I'm good. How are you, Zareth? Welcome. Oh my god. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is... Don't do it, Edward. The defendant. Hold on. No, hold on. The picture is gonna be relevant because Karita's room was on the left, but this looks like the picture was taken from the right. I think that's gonna matter. It's gonna matter. Because that means he's just coming out of his own room. Right? Came home about an hour and a half ago. Today, surprisingly chill. Oh, that's good, that's good. Damn it, Ad. You're free, it sounds like. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? No, actually. If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. Something strange with it. There's something strange with the photo. I knew it. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Shut the fuck up, Edgeworth. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Do you hate me, Judge? That's a trick question, he does. He does hate me. He's always preying on my downfall. Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? That's important. It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Oh no, there are bears. Is this Karita's room? It has to be the pants, right? It has to be I thought it was the other door. But I remember Karita having bears on his shit. Okay, I'm gonna say the pants first. But I think it's the door, though. Is it this? Is it these? It has to be the pants. They're way too big. Oh, I don't know now. Now I'm confused. Is it the flowers? Because they had two very different displays of flowers, and Karita's were way more gaudier. So I think is this Karita's door or the other guys? But the bears are throwing me off. Because are the bears for Karita? Because Karita had a bear room full of bears. That's the only reason I'm thrown off by this. Or else I don't know what I think. I don't know what I think. Okay, I'm gonna click this, and then if we're wrong, we check the pants. It gotta be the pants otherwise.
Take that!
He said, I think. It's fucking wrong. Somewhere around here, I think? Am I seeing something you all are not? It looks like there was no... Fuck me. Nothing happened. It's the pants. It must be the pants. Okay, it has to be the pants then, right?
Take that!
I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing at? Oh, what are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. Onguard. Yes, this is I should have followed my gut with the pants. What is the meaning of this?
Objection!
I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Ankles. Oh my god. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. It always comes back to the ankles with this. Yeah, exactly. Just like the first time. Exactly. However, in this photo, this Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. You like that, Edgy? You like that? There's only one explanation for this. The person inside the costume is clearly shorter than the defendant. We're winning! Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. I think he is. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Onguard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. Exactly. I figured it would come to this. What? Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside the costume is not Matt Onguard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Okay, it's Adrian Andrews, in my opinion. Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. So you say. But every time you've said that, it hasn't been very simple. Okay, Mia, I'm just saying. the people who played this for the first time in 2002 must have been like, bro, I feel like that now, and I'm playing it in like 2025. Damn. Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edward's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? It's because he gave us the evidence, isn't it? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph?
Take that!
Yeah? Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that nickel samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ongard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ongard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Ongard's fingerprints all over it. Lillith brain right now, actually. Lillith, the anime Phoenix Wright is 1-to-1 the same as the games. I do want to watch it, but the thing is I don't want spoilers for the games. So I don't know how, like, until what game it goes to. So I'm trying to avoid watching the anime until then. Or else I feel like I would love to watch it. Why don't you just say what it is you want to say, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. Multiple anime? I didn't know that. I thought there was only one. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the frame the defendant for the crime. Sorry, Andrews. Not really though. You kind of killed a man. Order, order, order. It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't know who told this guy about her. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to a court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? I mean, technically, what's his face? Ongard is acquitted now, though, so we've done our job, technically, right? If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Now then, we shall set Mr. Andrews, or Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Raise an objection. Now then. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. He's like, no, I can't do that. We cannot... Oh. I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tisk tisk, unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all, happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Oh. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would have overlooked Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well, we will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Ooh. Well then. All according to plan. Yes, yes. Don't watch the anime until you're done with this. Oh yeah, probably. That's my goal at least. I don't know until what game it goes till. Now that I know that there's multiple. I guess, seasons of the anime or versions of the anime, but I usually like to like binge whatever I'm watching, so I'll probably wait until I'm done with everything. All according to cake. All according to cake, Kaku. Oh my god. Each anime is about one game. Oh, so I could probably watch like the first one, right? If it's based off of the original. So the first anime is about game. Okay, I see. I see. Okay. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Okay, wait. Let me take a quick stretch before we go into the next game. I'm also gonna go grab some more water. Before. Give me a second. There we go. BRB. I'll be back. Oh, my glasses are hurting my face. Oh, wait, were you copying the face up? No, wait, sorry. Okay, back to my corner. I got a yawn again. Oh my gosh. Why am I getting bonked for, huh? Wait, what is it all about? Up. Okay. Here we go. Is this the... Would this... Oh, why am I overwriting it again? There we go. Would this be the last one for... No. Yeah? It would feel like a really fast case then, if today's the last day, but I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Alright, March 22nd, 2:14 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian... No way. Not cool and collected... Not cool... Oh, sorry. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. Damn, can I read? No, I can't. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? Damn, he slept in that? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yeah, she really is the killer. Or she is the real killer, sorry. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. Like, why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of the day. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impacts' oh my god. Celeste Impacts' missing suicide note, right? Yes, Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide... My god, I can't read that word for some reason. Suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impax. That was Edgeworth. It was Edgeworth. It looks like she's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Okay, whatever you say, Mia. Alright, March 22nd, 2:25 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by the court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ongard. I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yeah, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. I would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. Sorry. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all the work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Oh, relation, sorry. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? What is he? What are you yapping about? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I thought we were. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. Hi. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. When I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You chose tomato juice? It's kind of suspicious. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yeah, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. But why did you go to that room, lady? Phoenix? Well, I mean, I guess she just said she was seeing him, but still. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She is the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over, understand? Okay. What you say? Alright. Let's press her.
Hold it!
And what was Mr. Ongard doing at this time? He was taking a nap. Okay, why does he kind of look good in the fit? He was worn out from his many performances as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ongard did say he was taking a nap. Okay, so that lines up. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you?
Objection!
Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with the subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Onguard's knife from his room? No. Okay. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Okay, settle down. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. Hold on, wait. I forgot to press it. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Press further. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon, what are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? Dead body, she was shocked. You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with her being shocked or not. I see. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged into his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Juice. Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There was no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Alright, so... You wasted the juice. I get it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? Is that the reaction of someone in great shock, though? I think that's what he's getting at, right? Like, if you're really disturbed by the sight of a dead body, do you go, oh, I need some juice now? No. My mind really was a complete blank at that time. Your mind was a complete blank. And then not even drink it, exactly. Like, what was the line of thinking there? Is, I guess, both what I'm thinking and probably what Phoenix is trying to get at. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude?
He's pulling his cock out!
Gosh, sheesh, I snap. Welcome in, Snap. I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake, that one thing. What one thing? Never mind, it's no big deal. No, tell us. Tell us more, Andrew. Sorry. Hi, Snap, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Press further. Always press further. How the attorneying going? I think it's been okay, I'll say. Okay, I got stumped a few times in the first one, but now we're on the second part of the trial. So, let's see how this goes. We didn't start too long ago, so why is my that sounded me so sad. We just started the second part not too long ago. There we go. Okay. Let's press further on this. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What? What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Okay. flower vase, are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? The mess of glass shards. It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Okay, this is kind of a mess. It fell onto the guitar case, so you opened the guitar case then? To check on the guitar? Is that what happened? Okay. Because I'm wondering why the guitar case is open. Sus? Yeah. Her logic is making no sense here. Like, if you're shocked when you see a body, I feel like you should have just left the room. But she's like, I got shocked, so I poured myself a glass of juice. I bumped into the dresser, which knocked over the freaking flower vase, which shattered on the floor that had water, and I'm pretty sure that's why the guitar case is wet. So then she goes to open the guitar case? I don't know. Why would you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, the people would simply assume that the vase was just another was just another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. What about the guitar case? I have a feeling you touched that too. Which makes no sense. Exactly. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over, where it fell onto the guitar case. Okay.
Hold it!
What kind of flower vase was it? Okay, I don't know if that's relevant, is it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse. So I set the glass... Oh my god, and you touched the body? So I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep it on the offense and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just have to, for Maya's sake. Okay, let's look at her evidence. We got the glossy photo, which I don't think is gonna matter in this because Maya gave it to us. Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. I don't think she's involved with this. I don't think she's involved with this, or this, or this. I don't think this is gonna help us either. Empty, there is some water, but only on top of the lid. Bears Karita's finger. Could we bring this up? The guitar case? I don't know. I feel like the guitar plays a bigger role in this. I know they said like, oh, the guitar doesn't really matter because it was left in the studio, but I feel like something, you know? The juice, the vase, the open guitar case. Oh my god, that rhymes. If water was on top, it was opened after the vase broke. Meaning she had, yeah, right? That's what I'm thinking. Alright, let's go to the last part. Wait, what? I think I went all the way to the end. Ha! Okay. Okay, there. Okay. Let's try... Pause. Save first, Lilith. Please save. There we go. Yes! Let's go, Lumi! You testify that you knocked the flower vase over, is that correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case would have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the gay shards, good job. The glass shards should also be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
Objection!
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case.
Objection!
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all, unless it does, though. That may very well be, however. The empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, but doesn't it? I think it does. I think it's gonna come back. It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the... Make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this. But it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along, for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. The guitar case. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. She keeps saying that. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. But you didn't know that at the time, did you? As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. I think you do know. I think you do know. She could be saying that because of what, L-dude? L-dudes? What? Who? Who are you referring to, Lumi? The old dude? This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. I don't know his name. Engard? That guy? Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Okay, got you. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. Damn. Alright. Edgeworth made a point to say the guitar was at the studio, meaning the case would be empty. Gumshoe said the same thing on the first day of investigation? Probably, I think. So yeah, I think the guitar is gonna become more relevant because they keep going like the guitar is not important in the case because the guitar is not here, but I think we're mentioning the guitar too many times for it not to be. But how would she know? Exactly. Exactly. That's probably why she opened it, because she did think it was in there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where this ends up. She doesn't recall opening it. Sussy woman. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. Sus is all I can say to sum her up. Yeah, exactly. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see. Are you sure you are the one, sorry, hold on, give me a second. Something's in the way. Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? Her fingerprints aren't on it though, only Karita's are. So that's like one thing. She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Okay. Well, Mr. Andrews? Or Miss... I don't know why she keeps saying Mr. Mrs. or Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked over the vase, after I knocked the vase over. But the water, if it was wiped off at all, no fingerprints, I guess we have to find out if something like that did happen. So you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why? She seems unsure. Was someone else in the room? Okay, I'm confused now. I'm slightly confused with her being confused. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing he would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
Objection!
Yes, I'm with you. As the witness has said multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic, it's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all.
Hold it!
Was it really empty? Huh? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
Objection!
And you took it. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. No, I think he was onto something. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Were you the one who opened the case in the end? Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Oh shit, he's getting sassy with her. Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record waiting to be found. What? I don't... Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Strike when the gun is loaded? I have nothing in this gun. My brain is empty. What could be the evidence here? Stolen on the night of the murder, tabloid article. Empty, there's some water, but only on top of the lid. Bears Kurita's fingerprints. Found next to the victim, it's filled with tomato juice. Bears Andrew's fingerprints. Photo of Juan Kurita's murder scene. Was ripped from his costume, is covered in Kurita's blood. But why was it ripped? Suicide note. Shock from Celeste. Impact. Oh. Shock. Okay. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Okay, what would be the evidence we'd present here to get her going? And do we need a weapon, considering they made that freaking joke at the end? Or is that not literal? Okay, let's read it again. I don't remember too clearly because of the days. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Good job. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. Thanks for the hydrate! As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. After I knocked the vase over. Yeah, everything she does kind of makes no sense to me, you know? Like this whole thing with like the juice and the guitar case, that's not normal reaction to dead body in my opinion. Unless, you know, you did it. Or, I don't know, right? I don't know. Also, strangulation is kind of hard to do. Shocked and dazed. That's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. You have experienced this? No, but I've seen enough like crime stuff to like learn, like, you know, whenever they say like, oh yeah, strangling someone takes a long time and a lot of effort. Like, you know, I don't think it would be easy to strangle him. Is all I'm saying. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up on it, but... If we had a weapon to hit her with, I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record waiting to be found. What does it mean? Let me check. Let's look at this again. It is very difficult if the person is larger. That's what I'm thinking, right? But there's something we have to press her on that I'm clearly overlooking at the moment. Stolen. An article from the tabloids, a map. I don't think we can show this again. Yet this is the only thing I can think of presenting again. Well, are we missing something here? Can we say this is a full glass of juice? Huh? Is that a problem? Is that evidence? I don't think so. Wait, is it? Maybe the button? Or was that used? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The juice looks full. So where'd you get the juice from? Right? I don't know if I'm reaching for straws with like, oh, the juice bottle is full. It looks sealed too, but what? That could be me being like nitpicky. Okay, let me go through the testimony shit again. Two days. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal, though. It's not that full. Why would you pour your if you won't drink? That's like kind of the other thing, right? So you open the guitar case then. Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think the first thing you would want to do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic... Open the guitar case after I knocked over the vase. Is that when she forgets about her juice? She said... She got the juice, she goes to check his pulse, knocks over the vase, it falls on the guitar, so then she goes to the guitar case. I'm gonna try something, it might be a little stupid, but I have a feeling it fits here. Never mind! I thought... The juice is sussy, is it not? I suppose I must have opened the guitar case. So the juice has to go somewhere, right? Unless it's to throw us off? Maybe. As for why I opened the case... Okay, the guitar case I feel like is being mentioned way too many times, so I think it's relevant here. I don't remember too much, because I was gazed. Good job. Gazed. Pride Month, I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked over the vase. Should I try presenting the guitar case again? Oh, I don't think about presenting the same evidence twice is my problem. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar. I thought it was. There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say? Okay, wait. No, this makes sense. It kind of makes sense. Hold on. It's elementary, my dear. Okay, Sherlock, settle down. Okay, hold on. I think he has a point. There's no way she could have opened it because then her fingerprints would also have been on it, right? But only Kurita's fingerprints are on the guitar case. But, again, the wine glass does have her fingerprints on it, so what's that about? Unless they were cleaned off or she was wearing gloves. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victims. I still don't think I have a clear vision of where we're going, but... What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must... Oh my god, you shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Is she being framed? Is she also being framed? Hold on. Gloves, but why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing gloves. Oh my god, wearing a pair of thin gloves, sorry. Huh? But she left fingerprints on the glass, so she couldn't... Exactly. I think we're gonna have to argue with her on this point, too, that she's making now. So present the glass. Yes, exactly. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at... That's strange. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that so strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Actually, yes, the sussy freaking glass comes in clutch, finally. I have your proof right here, the wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. We got her. We got her! Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Ugh! Her glass is fucking... Oh, and she has a spare pair? What the fuck? Order, order, order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe the guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. No, we all know this fucking guitar is important to the case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was the bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. What could have been in the guitar case then? I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case... Oh. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... Misguided... What? No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in the photo of this crime scene. I am sure the guitar case has some relation to the murder.
Objection!
If you are so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Yeah. Please enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that I save. Now we carry on. That the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing. Wait, what? I don't know if I clicked too fast or if it just skipped, but I think I saw something about a black guitar. Probably a joke. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty, is that right? Or is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Where did we get this from? Press conference ticket. So it's not that. My report card? That's kind of funny. What could have been in the guitar case? The knife? No. The gossip article? No, I think we got this from somebody. The map, we got that from somebody. Could it have been this? No, we got this from somebody too. We got everything from somebody. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on, my brain's doing something. Matt was sleeping in the Nickel Samurai outfit, correct? Security guard did not see Andrews leave the room. Could there have been a costume? Or is that insane? But I don't have a costume to present. Hold on. What would I present here? The photo, right? Right? I'm hoping. Because I think my theory is correct. Because it's Andrews wearing the costume, but if Matt's sleeping in the costume, this has to be a second costume, right?
Take that!
Please? Yes! This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture? It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. Oh my god. My brain, baby. She's bored. Oh my god. Okay. What? Who's the third person involved in this though then? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? Sorry. That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. It's the truth! Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? What? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Yes. Yes! Order, order. It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. This nickel samurai costume could have been Mr. Matt Onguard's. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? True, that is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts on this. What was this nickel samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? It has to be a spare costume. But save in case. The guy is sleeping in it, so it has to be a spare costume. Mr. Onguard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 nickel samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. Wait, because of that announcement? That announcement that Matt didn't know about? Because of that? But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the nickel samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind this peculiar act? Okay, wait, no, I just had another brain baby. Is this to get at him for the rivalry? Was he gonna ruin his reputation by making his little confession? Maybe the confession has nothing to do with the murder. Maybe the confession was supposed to ruin his image. And Andrews tried to intervene on that? I don't know. And therein lies the sticking point. Objection! What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the nickel samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this? I think I got it. I think I got this, guys. Trust me. Think carefully before you answer this, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. I believe in myself so much I'm gonna save. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the nickel samurai spare costume to the hotel was... this. The press conference ticket. Please. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the nickel samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the nickel samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? Alright, settle down. But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Onguard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim? Yes, the spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold a press conference as the nickel samurai. He was going to dress up as a nickel samurai and hold a conference. But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The nickel samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as a nickel samurai, was going to speak about Matt Onguard. Oh my god. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Oh, so are you... Oh my god, my eye just fucking glitched. So are you in on this? Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. Oh, that's crazy. And the person who prepared the second costume for him was also me. You. Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Okay, is this why the last manager also took her life? Question mark. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Onguard's is, Miss Matthews? Or Andrews? Who's Matthew? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. I don't know. You stumbling on that I makes me suspicious. I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. Onguard. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Alright, let's clear this up. Oh, never mind. I thought she was gonna just tell us everything. Never mind! Protecting Matt. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the... Huh? What? Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. I feel like this is her framing him. Unless it isn't. I don't know, now I'm confused. She just said that he did it. But we said she did it. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is... Now I'm just confused. Who killed this man? Because now you're saying he did it. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. God damn! Alright. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Why? Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Oh! If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things. A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things... and if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. Yeah, totally. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Onguard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes. Because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Onguard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? I mean, he said it. Anyway, the important thing here is the information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree, Miss Andrews. Please correct your testimony if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Miss Wright? Okay, you're going kind of a, like, you know how you called me out on being rude earlier? I'm gonna throw that back at you, like, now. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Okay, so what do you think his motive was? The public slander? That? Has Mr. Ongar done something to hurt or betray you personally? What's the silence about? Why do you ask? What's your motive to help Juan, huh? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ongar, yet you still helped out.
Objection!
The person on trial right now is Mr. Ongar, right? What the witness was thinking helping the victim was his plan. Is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder.
Hold it!
But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ongar was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Ongar? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up at the stage, setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people who are in this courtroom, however. Damn, okay. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife.
Hold it!
You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. This woman. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. She reminds me of Francesca. Like, damn. Why? Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. That button was torn off. How does she know that they had a fight? Torn off Juan during his fight with Matt.
Hold it!
And how do you know that? Exactly. When the ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. And I thought I had her for sure this time. Or had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. But that makes no sense. How are you gonna go through setting up a whole press conference to ruin him, and then also be like, but I'm his manager and I had to protect him? Like, I don't get that.
Hold it!
But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Oh?
Objection!
You didn't like that? Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ongar at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ongar as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
Objection!
This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. And please stop slandering the witness. I don't think this is slandering. I think that this is kind of just facts, no? As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Mia, please, let me in. Let me in! Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need to Let me take a sip of water, pause. But you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm gonna pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. From the moment... Oh, God. We need evidence. Okay. Let me think. Can we use this against her? Because why would you be helping, you know? Was her suicide note hidden? Oh my god! Was she helping Matt? Oh, not Matt. She was helping Juan. In exchange, if she helped him ruin him, would she get the suicide note from it? Is that the exchange here? Or am I insane? Or am I insane? Because if we recall, Juan was the one who found Celeste's body after she took her life. And there was a suicide note. But everyone kind of low-key thinks Juan did something with it. Damn, Juan kind of sucks as a character. Holy. Anyways, and then when Celeste took her life, Adrian was so shaken by it that she tried to take her own life. Hold on. Somewhere. But is that the evidence, though? It needs a contradiction. Photo of the murder scene. That's a big-ass button! Holy, wait, I didn't realize the size of the button was that big. You can't just... I was like, who cares about a fucking button? You know? Like, I was like, oh, it's tiny. Who cares? But now I'm realizing it's a big button. Okay, let's go through this again. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. I know that his motive... I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. That button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. That's it. Wishy-washy. You need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Okay. Going to confess something. The kidnapper. Tabloid. Guitar case. Does the guitar case make a third appearance? Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. But the knife part, for sure, was to frame him. The strangling part, I don't know. It has to do with that last thing, I think. The button was torn off, but no, not this one. It's the no, shit. I wish there was a back button in these games. I'm trigger happy. Wait, where's the statement about the knife and the button? Pause. Okay, stop. Okay. I don't know what his motive. I know what his motive was. He didn't have an alibi. The button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Felt the need to protect him. Is torn off the right word? Hold on, pause. I'm looking at the picture again. Go! That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to look at it. I wasn't trying to present it. Fuck! Damn it, I didn't save! I don't know where I saved last. Shit. We'll save in the second one. Because now I'm thinking something else. I just wanted to check the photo.
Don't worry, buddy. You're doing fine.
I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but the threads look like they're here and he was stabbed up here. But he said torn off during the fight. I don't know. I might be overthinking it. He didn't have an alibi. The button was torn off, Juan, during his fight with Matt. If it was strangulation... Sorry, I'm overthinking maybe again. If he strangled him from behind though, right? Because I'm guessing that's how it had to be done considering where the bandana is. Okay, make sure I press enter and not present. Yeah, it looks like he did it from behind, right? So... the front of the outfit wouldn't be affected until he stabbed him, but also this knife is up here. Like, I don't know how this is put together. Okay, I can't get into all that. I don't know. Also, a fight isn't mentioned in the autopsy report, right? Strangle with scarf and stab with knife. They didn't say anything else. There would be more injuries if it was a fight, right? Question mark? Hold on, let me save. Let me save. I think I did save. Possibly. But just in case again. Up. Okay. I'm doing it. Okay! This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by scarf. Strangulation? Why do you seem shocked by that? The knife stab to the victim was after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the stabbing. So after he was dead. After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means... Okay, I was on... My thought was wrong, but we ended up in the right place in the end. It is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in the fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body to be planted as evidence. Order, what is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does this change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Planting the evidence. Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To pin the crime on Angard. There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Angard. There is no way anyone put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. Angard was set up. But the real killer, of course, or by the real killer, of course, sorry. And the real murderer is Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? It has to be Adrian, right? I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Ongard is... It has to be her. I'm confused as to why, but...
Take that!
Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Kurita's killer. What? Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of this on me. I can't? Can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion on Mr. Ongard naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Endless glasses glitch. I wish I was her. But then... What about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he'd already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ongard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such an There is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Ongard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could have only been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, Are we wrong? We're not wrong, right? But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at that time. Oh, that's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the crime scene, or the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Ongard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? But please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What? What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with such a way to avoid self-incrimination, by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Ongard's room. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed, understood? Alright. it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. Don't laugh. What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you've proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. We have that, though. I mean, we have, like, a motive for it, I guess. But Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? Can we just ask that, Judge? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's talking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we've reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she's the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true! In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Damn it! Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then...
Hold it!
Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you swearing for? Is that what he said? I don't even know what he said. Sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't she? Or he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... Edgeworth knows Maya. He'll care. He'll care enough, right? But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, the court is... Oh. He's on our team. Let's go. It is not possible for this trial to... Wait, no. To continue. What? Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination, however, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Thank you! Usually when someone finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want you to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request the witness testify again. As to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edward today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. Oh, we're still going. When I found the body, that glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. The plot fucking thickens. So, you poured the glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Thick, you say? When did... Oh, I see. Hi, Barimi. How are you? I was like, where did I say thick? Thickens. I see. Whoa! Barimi! Thank you for the gift subs. Why'd you do that? Thanks, Barimi. Oh no. The rat appeared. And he blessed the crew. Also, thank you for the 30 bits of Barimi. Shout out to our rat. Shout out to our rat, Balimi, for always blessing us. I keep... There we go. Gosh, I can't spell today. How you been, Barimi? Welcome in. Are you seeing my lawyer skills? Barimi's here to bonk Sayuki. He saw the thing. Sayuki called me a loser. I don't know if Sayuki's here today, though. Yeah, everyone who got a gift sub from Barimi, if you're here, please give him a thank you. We love Barimi here. Alright, let's jump back in. Phoenix, please be careful here. You've been doing great? Thank you. Oh god, I've been big braining. Yeah. Don't thank me, but I hope you've been having fun. No, I have to thank you. What are you fucking talking about? I have been having fun, though. Yeah. But I think we're probably gonna wrap up after the trial's done, because we're almost on like 4 hours. But we might do a long one for the I'm assuming it wraps up in the next few parts. I don't fucking know. We'll find out. I'm having a feeling another investigation is coming for some reason, because we don't have enough shit on Andrews. Yeah. Alright, if you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright, here we go. It's like our 3rd or 4th cross-examination for the day. When I found the body. Okay. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then, who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Oh wait, so this is the first part. In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Alright, I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it was in a messy state. So she wasn't the one who did it either. So it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita? Damn. I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you see next, witness? And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Slumped over. Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. Oh, you know what? I could see that. I could see that being like a reaction someone might have. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he did— okay, that part a little less. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Give me 1 second. Okay. Oh look, we got a new thing. New chill girl emote. Oh my god. Thank you, Burimi. That's an interesting way to reword the entire situation. What wait, what part are you talking to, Kaden? I left for a second, so I lost whatever context I was attached to. Okay. Him being dead did not cross the mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him. Oh, and we hit our sub goal! Thank you! Oh my god, Barimi, the gift that keeps giving. Jeez. Wait, why is it going through this? Andrew's rewording the entire situation? Yeah. I don't know if I can trust her or not. Like, I can't tell. Because she's like, so like, you know, what's the word? Like, aloof and cold, kind of. You kind of can't tell. Plus, unless you like your short hair over long. I like both, but there was like some parts where there was some stuff behind me that my hair was covering up, so I just kept it short in case we have to see it again. Yeah, so I just kept it up for the rest of the game. Alright, where were we? He was sitting, we pressed on this. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice.
Hold it!
Really hard to trust, yeah. You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always has a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. I see, and after that, what happened? When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
Hold it!
And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward. Hi, Evil! Thanks for the 100 bits! Thank you! How you been, Evil? Hope you had a good day so far. Then why the fuck did she say a different story at the beginning? I think it's because, again, she feels like she was gonna be incriminated. So that's why they're making her redo her initial testimony. And knocked over the flower vase. And knocked the flower vase over. Why do they keep saying it like that? Like, just say knocked over instead of knocked the flower vase over. Like, that's not how I say it usually. Anyways, so that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't this a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? Sorry, I can't hang. I have to head back to work. Oh shit. Good luck, Evil. Don't work too hard, okay? Make sure you eat and drink and get lots of rest. I'm sure he does that, though. Evil, it looks like he's the most put together out of anybody in that server. Okay. Up. Was the knife in him, though? He was sitting slumped over and tired looking. I somehow enter. There is blood on that man. She's saying that she didn't see him dead. Yeah, right? The knife is not explained in this. Time to present some evidence. Wait, save. I could be wrong. I can always be wrong. Okay, here we go. Please. What? I was wrong. I was wrong. Didn't happen. What the fuck? Okay, that was my big reveal. Pause. Huh? I thought that was the one. Unless I'm showing it on the wrong statement. He He was sitting slumped over, tired looking. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he maybe here? Thought that he was dead did not cross my mind. The knife. Yeah, okay, there it is. Ah! So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? A knife? What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Big brain detective? I'm so big, so big. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. Don't give me that ooh-woo face, okay? No! That sucks to suck, girl. It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ongard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. I still don't know who's lying. I can't tell if she's lying or not. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I'll give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Wow, this isn't looking good for you. Then there's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ongard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ongard.
Objection!
What? Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute truth. The absolute real truth? What are you? Witness, do you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ongard will go free and in his place, what? What? Huh? You will become the guilty party. Wait. Huh? It's Matt? Oh my god, I've never wanted to jump out my window in Minecraft more than right now. There's so much back and forth happening. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What? What? What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francesca von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrew lives by gripping tightly onto the words of others. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. But then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens if you do. Matt Ongard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in these words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me, I'm begging you. Please believe me, I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, someone help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about this witness... Sorry, think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. That means there's a third person we're not thinking about. Who is the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Yeah, I know. Now we do know she's being, well, forced, coerced, whatever, into being silent, but... dude, what's the correct thing to do here? It'd be... That would be the wrong move, I think. Hold on. I do want to see... Would the cases end there, then? Curiosity. Force Andrew to testify? I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. Wait, hold on. For her? Oh, oops. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Good thing I saved. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Okay, never mind. I did the right choice. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. But Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Arngard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? But be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose to this court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth? Oh my god, what's happening? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop, please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Oh my god. That's a second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, what will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop, I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say that you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Oh my fucking god, Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. The situation? Edgeworth or Andrews, Barimi? I need an answer to that. Or the still breathing lips part. I'll talk, but please, help me. No, it's Edgeworth. Okay, valid. Nothing matters anymore. Oh my god, my crime? This is a case that keeps giving. The trial that keeps going. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Cause that frickin' windy old bag showed up. Stab the body? With the knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? A certain cowardly man. Oh. Whoa. What do you mean by all of this? It might take the court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. This is very messy. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Carita in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. White, please get over your shock and commence a cross-examination. Jeez. Alright, here we go. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it. It was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face all that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. I can't believe Zero Suit Samus would do this. But Remy! The woman is crying. Have some respect. What is this plan you had? I think I trust her more now. I don't know. She's being very vulnerable with us, so I don't know. Maybe it is Matt. I don't know. Is this the last case of the game? Because they usually throw you for a bit of a curveball in these. I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. I think there's more after this? I guess I'll have to see. Matt was napping with his costume on at that time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that was Oldie Windbag. Sorry, Windy Old Bag. Oldie Windbag. An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready. Oh, never mind, it was Lotta Hart. Loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also one with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. You were the one who prepped that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes. Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is the secret? That, I don't know. Oh, that I don't know. Sorry. Anyway, I thought if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I don't want to concede, but this testimony, it rings of the truth. I'm sorry, Phoenix. No, please don't apologize to me. We were both taken by surprise. Still, I'm sorry. Oh my god. What do I even present here? By the way, for a second I thought she was speaking. But she was. But she was speaking. Ah! Whoa. What do I present and where? When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Okay, let's look at our evidence again. I really wish we knew what the thing they were gonna confess was. Oh, you sound like she was oh, I see. Perfect. The immersion is complete. Was ripped off of his costume, is covered in blood. There's the victim's blood and Unguard's fingerprints. Just then I finished and was returning to Matt's room. I had a bit of inconvenience, and that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. We still don't know why. Okay, well now I have a feeling Matt's not a good person, and because of Mia's reaction too, I think Phoenix and Mia agree that she's innocent. So that means we fucked up. that means we've done something. Did we? Did I press it? Prepare the costume. Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the ceremony. Juan wanted to wear it. We did read this, okay. I was very careful not to leave prints. I don't want to concede, but this testimony, it rings of the truth. I don't feel like I have anything to press on, though. Like, she's telling the truth, so how can I present evidence against it? I'm just gonna go through everything again just in case I missed something. But you could tell from the state of the that the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you did not know that he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but the scarf is part of the Jammin Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What is the plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weak point to the world. But again, Matt didn't know that the press conference was going to happen. Maybe when he found out last minute, that's when he decided to do it. But what do I know? So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. Okay, the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. Wait, I don't think I pressed on this one earlier. Okay, maybe we get something out of this one. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Onguard's hakama. Yes, that's what I planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Oh. Was it? Maybe it's because I missed that one statement to press on. I think it didn't trigger the cutscene. Okay. I think we've heard enough. So, after that, you went back to Mr. Onguard's room and planted the button. Into Matt's hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Onguard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Oh my god. Oh my god. Francisca, huh? She said I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Mr. Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You can establish the... Sorry. Oh my god. Goddamn. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Maya is gonna fucking die. Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? We spent 4 hours trying to make a guilty verdict only for this? Today's trial, it's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand, it had my interest for quite some time now. Okay, it had my interest too because she said she didn't know how it got into her purse earlier, but she's been playing with it nonstop. What exactly is it? Oh, this... Mr. Wright also asked me about this. Although I don't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now I found this in the room on that day. Girl, did you take evidence from the room? The room? That day? Yes. Oh my god. She picked up evidence. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body.
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
She might have. She might have. But in her defense, she was in shock and awe. So, I suppose. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Okay. I'm with Edgeworth. See? I'm with Edgeworth. Freaking Phoenix, like, going like, I guess it is what it is. You idiot! Witness that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is all this about? I've never seen Edward so emotional before. That card, what in the world is it, and what does it mean? To be continued. That was so good. That was a lot of fun. It was really fucking hard though, I'm not gonna lie. I felt really stupid in some parts of it. Okay, but as I said, this is where I'm gonna wrap up for today. Damn, I didn't think it was gonna take us 4.5 hours, but I do feel like I say that every time we play this game. This game always goes on for way longer than intended, probably because I'm like a little dumb. This is the same woman who pours juice after a murder. She only gets one and she used it already. It's okay. Wait, I don't remember what the... So she really did think he was... Okay, it wasn't even for herself though. She did think he was fainted or like not feeling well and went to go pour the juice. I can't say I defend that decision, and also how did she possibly... No, she stabbed him afterwards, that's why. Now I remember. Now I remember. Okay. Without the knife, it is definitely possible to just assume, like, yeah, he's probably taking a nap or something. After that, it's a lot more questionable. So I can give her, like, a bit of the benefit of the doubt. Interesting, a lot happened in this case. Yeah, hold on. I want to check something, though. How many cases are in this one? Blah, blah. What's this game called? Ace Attorney Justice for All. Because I feel like this is the last case for the game. Oh my god. I can talk, I swear. Justice for all. I'm up. 4 main cases. Wait. Turnabout Revolution. Turnabout the Air. This is not what this is called. Huh? The game is structured in a way you unlock one... this is not this... What? Bitch, this is called Farewell My Turnabout or some shit, is it not? Yeah. What's it talking about? Hold on. I wanna... Pause. I gotta go to the wiki now. Development. Gameplay. Nope. This wiki is too much. It says 4 cases, but... Okay, maybe it is 4 cases. Maybe they renamed them. What do I know? What do I know? Maybe this is Turnabout Goodbye. I think this is the last case. This is short because the first game had secret cases, but it doesn't look like this one does. Not according to what I'm seeing. Is this the last case? It is. But we have the trilogy. So we played the first game like last year. This is the second game, and there's one more game in the trilogy set, which I don't remember which one it is. Ace Attorney Trilogy. What's the third one? Games. Huh. Huh. What? What games? Oh yeah, okay. So it's Ace Attorney, Justice for All, and then Trials and Tribulations is the next one. Long hair is way better. Everyone has their preference, I suppose. Clearly, Caden is a fan of the the long hair. Other people like the short hair. One day, maybe I'll make. The thing was, I was supposed to make a toggle for it. Did I forget to do it? 100%. 100%. I forgot to make a redeem for it, but that's on me. But yeah, we have another investigation. I'm assuming there will be one more trial. One more trial, unless they split it up into 2 parts like they did today. Which I have a feeling they will, because this case had a lot of turns to it. So I feel like that it's gonna do the same thing again, and that's like not even unsurprising considering how long the last case took in the first game with like Edgeworth's whole backstory. Also, we need to find out like what Edgeworth was doing for the past year, considering like, you know, Phoenix hates him now and goes like, I wish you were still fucking dead. Anyways. Oh, okay. It's fun. Can't wait for the continuation. Yeah, I think we'll do it. What's the plan? Honestly, I don't have a stream plan for Friday. But maybe if I'm itching enough to play it, maybe we'll finish it up on Friday. We'll do like a long stream and just do our investigation and our trial. Imagine. But for today, I'm gonna get ready to raid out. For tomorrow we have another drawing stream. It'll be similar to the one we did on Monday, where I might like talk here and there. Hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to see who's live. Tomorrow's art stream? No, it is. Tomorrow's an art stream. We got more work to do. We got more work to do. Let's see. It looks like quite a few people are live right now. We will raid Rosie. Where'd she go? I just saw her. Alright, we're gonna raise... oh my god. I don't know how you can fix the problem I'm having where I can't talk, but anyways, we're gonna raid Rosie. She's a model sibling of mine. She's super cute. So be sure to read her chat rules and be nice. Okay. We love her. It looks like she's playing Pokemon. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. That's what she's playing. She's really sweet though, so I'm sure you'll have fun with her. Alright, I'm gonna set up the raid. Should I set up a raid message? Hold on, I'll do it quickly. Hold on, I canceled it. Give me a second. One day I'll remember to do it before it. There we go. Okay. See? Alright, that's your raid message. Did the raid work? That did not work. Pause. Question mark. What happened? It sent me over there, but it sent you guys over there. Let's do that. Let's try that again. Alright. Now we're starting the raid to Rosie. Alright. Take your raid message and flee. Okay? Give it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.